Alrighty, hello everyone, and welcome to Gaming. My name is Bill, I'm the angry autistic asshole, and today I'm jumping back into my playthrough of WH40k Rogue TradAAAH. So let's get into it. So we shall continue where we left off, which was we were fighting through the upper decks. Try to save everyone that we can, but I need to quickly change an option. Let's see. Dialogue, reports. Turn this mode. Right, give me a moment. I need to make sure that. No, auto end turn is off. Yes, there we go. Right. Okay, cool. So, what do we got? I believe I'm active first. Or at least at this moment in time. Oh, you're installing Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered. Cool. Is we're gonna rock up Voice of Command on Sister Argenta,
personally,
and then we're gonna hit up before we do that, I think that will end my turn immediately. So what we're going to do is we're then going to try and fire on these guys with a pistol burst without hitting a friendly, which I think will be kind of there. Which we will... Oh no, that's going to take one NP. I need to have one left. Yeah, okay, we need to do a single pistol shot. 78, 35, fuck, okay. I guess we'll drop, we'll try and drop this guy. Yep.
On it. Another enemy down.
Nice. Okay, and then we're gonna do Bring It Down on Sister Argenta.
I'll make it happen.
She's now going to get a free immediate attack action, where we're going to rock up a burst fire. And we're going to try and shoot the fuck out of these guys as much as we can. Can we catch anyone else in that? No, we'll just massacre the guys in the middle. Go for it.
Doubt is for the weak.
Jack. Nice! She killed that guy through the servitor. That's monstrous. That's pretty sexy. Okay. Furious Recital gains momentum. 4 momentum for each enemy this season in a 5-star rating. Still don't understand what momentum does. So we're going to end her free turn. Then I'm going to end my actual turn. Then she's going to get a free turn. No, her actual turn. You encounter enemies or abilities, cycle next to an enemy shows they're under the influence of some kind of effect. Right click to see more details. Cool. Okay. So. Yeah. That's fine. Cool. Now it's Sister Argenta's actual turn, and I think we might just rack up a burst fire, potentially. Run and gun, do we want to do that? Plus 5 movement points. Next attack counts 1 less. At the end of the next turn, she becomes winded. So, if she does that, then she can do 2 attacks. I might do that, honestly. So to perform momentum for each enemy that is either in a 5-star radius of her or is hit by her this turn. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I may move her forwards a bit. Okay, right, so we're gonna rock up. No, we can do that afterwards because that will give her a negative effect later. Can we? Can't. Yes, we can just about stack up in a way that we can burst those two without hitting Edelthrad. I think this is how this works.
Guided
So
by
we can do
faith.
this. She can walk into cover,
Each
burst all
strike is
over
a
there.
prayer.
Then she can then we can rack it up. Run and gun.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh shit. Yeah, there we go. Now she's got some more action points. Now she's going to let's fire this way. It's only 3 wide, so we definitely can't do that.
I'll do it.
Nice. Then we're gonna fire off Furious Recital,
As the Emperor commands, I act.
which is gonna buff her. It's gonna buff her momentum, which I'm still not sure what it does, but that's yeah, it is what it is. Okay, right. Idira. Right, we are mangling this servitor, but it is still standing. Right. These 2 exploits. Psychic Shriek. I think what we need to do is we do analyze enemies, then expose weakness. Which will probably help because this thing is taking a beating. So analyze enemies, expose weakness, then chain lightning. Right. So analyze this motherfucker.
Was that you? Or
Now, expose
but
weakness.
of course.
So combat servers are more vulnerable because he's going next, which I'm not too happy about. Not exactly sure why that's costing all of her. Oh, I've got these the wrong way around. I'm being dumb. Yeah. Right, then we're going to zap the combat servitor. We're going to zap all of them, hopefully.
Be gone.
Ooh, you zapped Edelthrad. That was less than helpful. I didn't see that he lit up. That was my bad. Right. Edelthrad might be in trouble now. Whoops. Oh,
Brace yourself, Edelthrad.
fuck. Okay. Combat log. You can gain a better understanding of combat log. Bottom right mouse button on events or actions. Okay. Right. Abelard got really lucky there. I was kind of expecting this thing to be dead by his turn, and it wasn't. So it tried to melt a gun him, or multi-melted him, which is very bad. Right, are you affected by anything at the moment? No, I don't think so. So we're going to kick up and endure. Endure! Stand firm! Then we shall have a look at what we can do here. Cleave or strike here. Slash attack. Yeah, annoyingly there's only so much we can do to help against this guy. Or we have him run around to there and smack that guy. It might be better for him to run around and smack that guy, because that guy's got 4 wounds. This guy's got 25 wounds remaining. Fucking hell. Okay, yeah, you're going over there and smacking that guy.
Reduce to dust.
Chop. Fantastic. Right. How badly injured are you? Oh, you've got 10 temporary wounds, so you're currently okay, and you managed to avoid being multi-melted in the face, so cool, happy with that. You currently can't charge, so we shall end your turn. So it'll be my turn again. Right then. Now what the fuck do we do? Okay, I don't really know what we should be doing with this. Are you still under hilarious number of effects? Yeah, you are. Winded. Slaughter. Overexerted. Okay, that does not help. Oh wait, you're already automatically? Oh no, when you kill 3 enemies. Okay, so that's not actually triggering it. That's annoying. Right. So what we will do is we're going to can't be touched in these 2 rounds. Cannot be used on the same ally more than once per round. Okay, so we can have Sister Identifier again. We just can't buff her characteristics. We can give her a bit more deflection. Because that's free.
I'll see to it personally.
So we'll trigger this. Then I'm gonna order Sister Argenta to bring it down.
I'll make it happen.
Bring it down! Then... what the fuck have I got left? Not much. We've got 2 rounds. Okay. Okay, so we're going to fire off single shot, I think. Yeah, single shot. I mean, if she burst fired, then we can... oh, fuck. That's unfortunate. Shit. No, she can't do another one. That's fine. Okay, so end of turn. That's not ideal. What's the range of this? Don't know. Oh, must be line of sight. Right, let's mark a pistol shot on this guy.
I'll see to it personally.
Oh shit, how are you missing him? He's just standing there, menacingly! Alright, Abelard, you're probably going to need this, because we can't seem to hit this target. Which means we can't make it go away. Which is a problem.
Doubt is for the weak.
Hey, you hit it for 3 damage. Wow. Okay.
I'll do it.
Yeah, drop a reload. Shit. Okay, so what we need to do is I need two. Okay, right, cool. So,
Will do.
analyze. Expose weakness. Psychic Shriek.
On it.
10 damage. Okay. The gloomy premonition clouds the mind. Right, okay. Well, end the turn. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Lucky dodge. Right, fuck. Okay, here's what we're going to do. You are going to... here. Then you're going to... charge... this motherfucker.
My place is at the fore.
Butt poke! Nice. And then we're going to try and stab it again. Is that 1 AP? Alright, we'll trigger that just in case. And then you're just going to stab him.
It will be done.
Okay. How much fucking health you got left? 2, really? Son of a bitch. Okay. Alright, my go. To do? Well, really, we just need to shoot it like once more, literally. Can I target myself with that? Probably not. No, okay, that makes sense. 76.
I'll see to it personally.
Rookies!
You moron! Okay, clever. You just fucking... okay. Twat. Oh no. Okay. Right. You just got voice of commanded last turn, so you're gonna bring
I'll
it down.
make it happen.
Bring it down! Doesn't actually do anything extra for me, does it? No, so just stab the fucker.
One fewer target.
There we go! Done. And everyone leveled up. Nice. Let's get some leveling going. Yes! Right. Finest Hour also grants an ally an extra turn with full AP and MP. During an extra turn, there's no attack limit. Fuck yeah. Now we gotta choose talent. Okay. Blind Masters. Whenever ally uses a heroic act, that ally gains temporary wounds equal to 10% of the maximum wounds plus 6. So I think we've only just started to get heroic actions. Commanding voice. Range of officers' abilities is increased by 3. The voice of command is increased by 6. Maybe. Focus! No, also use an ability on ally. The ally gains bonus to perception and ballistic skill equal to 4. Give me a moment. Okay, so that is if we stack buffs onto someone. It's by courage. Plus 3 temporary wounds if you target them. First time target with an ability. Plus not so targets an ally. An action. Allies resolve is increased by 1 till the end of the officer's next turn. Stacks prolonged to the end of the officer's next turn each time it stacks. Okay. Steel resolve. What are these mean? Improvements. Okay. Steel resolve. Resolve is increased by 3. Armor of contempt. Grants temporary wounds. The allies' armor is increased by 10% for 1 round, doesn't stack. Okay. Be vigilant. Allies abilities gain both their weapon skill. Deal 4 more damage on attacks of opportunity. Okay. Decisive response. First time in combat. This ability costs 1 AP less. Maybe. Heroism. Heroic act is used in combat by any character. The officer's next attack will cost no AP. Maybe. Swearing speech. We don't have air of authority. And that'll be momentum based. Iron discipline. Allies affected by officer's abilities gain bonus to all resistance.
For the glory of chaos!
No, we're fighting against chaos today, Spitfire. How you doing? Gain bonus to resistance test equal to 6. Okay, let's just get Spitfire shouts out. Lasting impression. After bonus, remain until the end of combat. This does not stack with itself. All bonuses granted by what does count as an officer ability for other talents. Lasting impression does not. They only get bonuses to characteristics. Okay. Lead by example. These 2 officer archetype abilities that don't grant. It's a witness effect. Stand witness. This officer archetype ability does not grant extra. Fuck. No. The whole point is we're granting extra turns. That's like fellowship at the end of combat. Okay. March. Uses an ability that grants movement points. Also gains half that movement points. No respect. Officer action points. Ally gains +1 to all characteristics for each action point generated until the end of combat. That might be good. Physical encouragement. Whenever an ally starts a turn, an ally gains additional movement points. Maybe. Prepare for an assault. We don't have break their ranks. Okay. See the initiative. Officer and allies voice of command effect do an additional 14% damage to enemies that have not yet acted in combat. Steady. Undaunted. +10 willpower, +10 fellowship when they have less than 50% of the maximum wounds remaining. Gain additional 10 willpower, 10 fellowship after you using any officer ability on target with less than 50% wounds for 1 round. These 2 sets of bonuses stack with each other. What? These 2 sets of bonuses stack with each other, but do not stack with themselves. Okay. Alright, watch yourself. Wounds are no excuse. Or uses a fellowship bonus. Voidborn can instead use an intelligence bonus if it's higher. Voidborn characters can always upgrade intelligence if the archetype doesn't allow it. Bloody mess! Scores a critical hit, there's a 10% chance of double damage. Contagious luck. Using a non-damage ability on an ally. Grants the ability to reroll any failed attack, dodge, parry, characteristic or skill test. 20% chance for 1 round. Ooh. Using a non-damaging ability on an enemy grants the enemy a 20% chance. Okay, so that kind of spread the Voidborn bonus to anyone I use an ability on. That's pretty powerful. How are you doing, Spitfire? Thank you for the hugs. How's you? Good to see you. Where one character has more than 50% wounds, all chances of all creatures, including enemies, in a 3-cell radius are increased by 10%. What? Oh no. No, that's not so good. Just a flesh wound. Where one character has a 20% chance to survive after suffering lethal damage, surviving with 1 wound. I don't know. You're alive? Oh, that's something. Isn't Rogue TradAAAH kind of outside the Empire too? Sort of. Depends on the Rogue TradAAAH. All allies affected by brace for impact don't suffer a negative effect of melee superiority for one combat. Get into cover! All allies affected by brace for impact gain additional 0 AP and 3 movement points, and increase their cover efficiency by 20% for 1 round. Okay. But you can only use abilities, heroic acts, or desperate measures during this extra turn. Okay, so that you can get a movement turn. Get off me! As a Navy officer to use any ranged weapon in threatened areas, knocks enemies prone and pushes them 1 cell away. That's tempting. Perfect timing. As effective by brace for impact gains 30% to cover penetration. Navy officer also gains 15% to cover penetration. That's pretty powerful. Or scatter! Allies affected by brace for impact only suffer half damage from attacks of opportunity, and we can't advance any of this. Okay, we can base skill up. Also weapon proficiency, chain weapon proficiency, characteristic training. Oh bloody hell. Combat Master. No melee superiority bonuses against his character. Dual weapon combat. Second weapon in there. In addition to the usual 1 attack per round. It costs 1 AP more. Dueling mastery, 15% bonus to parry. Flame weapon proficiency. Grenadier! Got grenades. It will not die! Increase wounds by half. The character's level. No. As weapon expert. Melee weapon specialist, melter weapon proficiency, nimble, plus 10 bonus to dodge, plasma weapon proficiency, power weapon expert, solid projectile, swift movements, currency. Oh, bloody hell. Okay, so there is a lot of bloody hell. Okay, there's a lot of things that we can choose from. I don't know what to take. I'm kind of tempted by Contagious Luck, because that will... that'll make our team a lot more able... Yeah, on an ally, grants the ally the ability to reroll any failed attack, dodge, parry, characteristic, or skill test with a 20% chance of success for 1 round. That is extremely powerful for staying alive. I'm tempted to do things that are like give you extra movement and shit. Lasting impression, that might be good. Then we can't get that because I don't think we have access to that. Range of officers' abilities are increased by 3. That'll be handy because Brace for Impact has only got a range of like 3, which is shit. Damn. I think we might have to go with that. Yeah, I think we might have to go with Commanding Voice just to get the extra range on shit. Then the extra luck, contagious luck. But again, my range for that is going to be garbage. So I think Commanding Voice is probably a good way to go.
That's what she said!
Yeah, officer's abilities. Yeah, so that should... Tell you what. Yeah. What we're going to do is we're going to save. Hey, it's Legend Julep, how's it going? Welcome in. We're going to save. Then I'm going to give Julep a shout out. Love this game. Excellent. I remember you were playing it. Did you finish the game? Right, I think we're going to have to go... Well, we're going to try Commanding Voice. And I'm going to see if that increases ability now.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
No, it's 3-cell radius still. Shit. Damn. No, that didn't happen. Fuck. No, okay, that didn't work, so we're not gonna take that. That's annoying, because that was kind of what I wanted to buff. Nope, you do have like 5 playthroughs of it though. Ha! Some so, some not. Fair enough. Ha! Bugger. That didn't increase the range of the important one.
Fate and fortune favour the bold.
4-cell radius, yeah. 10-cell radius, meh. That would have been really helpful if that buffed, but whatever, right. Okay, in that case, I don't know what to take. It might be Contagious Luck, because that spreads our Voidborn ability to everyone, gives everyone rerolls on attacks, dodges, parries, characteristic and skill tests for 1 round if we use a non-damaging ability on them. So yeah, that I think is pretty fucking powerful. So we'll go with that. Then Abelard, what are you doing? You get Daring Breach. Okay. Daring Penetration. Warrior immediately restores all AP and MP and gains 3 MP until the end of the turn. They don't lose MP after performing attacks. Warrior has no limit on melee weapon attacks during his turn. Okay. That's cool. So that is, I get an basically get an extra turn with unlimited attacks immediately. That's pretty fucking sexy. Let's choose a talent. And you've got huge amounts of possible talents to go through as well. Oh, shit. Okay. Right. Contempt. Enemy attacks the warrior. Melee attack against deals an additional 5 damage. Doesn't stack. Can be reactivated. Can only be used some of the time though. Yeah. It's not a... The Enduring Breach, yeah, because it's a heroic action, because we're getting heroic actions, I think, now at this level. So, yeah. Melee attacks deal additional 3 damage to enemies that have no allies in it. Ooh, that's pretty good. Easy target. Critical damage increased by 8% against enemies not armed melee. Nah. Enrage! They have less than 50% wounds, they gain plus 13 critical chance, so that's Barbarian Rage, got it. Epicenter of Slaughter! Warrior's attack, they get a stack of epicenter. Okay, at the start of the turn, the warrior gains plus 1 temporary wound for each stack. Temporary wounds can't exceed 5. Don't know. Thick skin, plus 1 damage deflection, parry chance increased by 25% of the warrior's total armor. Interesting. Just disengage, 22% less damage. Just attacks of opportunity. Edge teeth. 5 damage deflection against the first attack made by every enemy in combat. Maybe. Crowd kill. Area attacks. Additional 3 damage for each enemy in the area of effect. Cool. Defense maneuvers. Takes damage. They gain plus 11% dodge. Stacks up to 3 times. Resets after successful dodge. Okay. Defense stance. Warriors not attack this turn. They gain plus 20% armor. Charge or slash do not affect this bonus. Okay. So, if he does a charge attack or a slash attack, he maintains 20% armor? That's a bit weird. Disarm. Single shot attack or melee attack against target. 15% armor against attacks. Okay, fast. Field medic. Oh, you already have this feature. Okay, cool. Hardened scars. Damage deflection increased by 1. You're tired. I'm sorry you're tired. I feel that. Damage dealt by charge, plus 9 when the ability is from a distance of 5 or more cells. Oh yeah, Teledin Tulip. What is momentum in this game? What does momentum do? And what happens if you don't have any? It's your fault you're tired though? Oh no, what have you been up to? Warrior parries attack. The next warrior archetype ability costs 1 AP less. Cool. Living Shield. Enemy suffer minus 10% range attacks against the warrior. For every enemy in a 1 cell radius around the warrior stacks up to 3 times. Using other enemies as meat shields, that's pretty funny. Engagement. No enemies adjacent to the warrior at the start of the turn. Warrior's damage is increased by 8 for 1 melee attack. Okay. Momentum going up allows you to activate heroic abilities. It's going super low, let's use desperate measures. Oh, right, gotcha. I see, okay. That makes sense. Okay. Opening engagement might be funny. Opening strike to charge and push. Increase the damage of range attacks made against effect. No. So open engagement we might be doing. Ramming speed! Increase charge distance. Training. Charge and slash do not end the warrior's movement, and they gain plus 13% dodge for 1 round after use. That might be powerful. This is die for the Emperor on a 40% wounds, 10% bonus, characteristics, and 2 resolve. I'm doing my part. If no other character in the party has the same archetype as this character, first archetype ability as well. No. In a heresy, plus 10 critical hit chance and armor against Xenos or demonic creatures. Allies gain half the bonuses of no heresy. However, Imperial World characters and Law Xenos and Law Warper are always 0. Ready to serve. Imperial World resolves increased by 1. Strung together. All allies excluding Xenos, current party gain plus 5 to the same characteristic as if it was chosen for humanity's finest. Okay. Do not falter! Right, you don't actually get brace for impact, do you? Don't suffer the negative effects of melee superiority. Get to cover. Get off me. Oh, you sort of do. Oh yeah, you do, because you've got it. It's once per combat, isn't it? Perfect timing, yeah. It's not shooting, and scatter, and then, yeah, proficiencies and shit. I'm not sure what to do for Abelard. I think we might do What was it? Open engagement seemed pretty good. If there's no enemies adjacent, one melee attack does 8 more damage, or what was it? No, not impetus. It was. I mean, how often is he going to get bundled? Man, attacks deal an additional 3 damage to enemies that have no allies in adjacent cells, or. I'm tempted by open engagement, because that will make. That means if he's free to move towards a target, he'll do extra damage. I think. Or. We'll do that and get extra attacks. Warrior becomes incredibly deaf. Charge and slash do not end the warrior's movement. Oh no, that's still. That just means he can move more. Yeah, okay, we'll go with open engagement. Yeah, we'll go with open engagement because that'll increase damage on attack. To start with, sure, go for it. Right. Sorry, I know I'm taking ages to decide everyone, it's just that there's a lot of abilities and a lot of different shit. Right, dismantling attack. The operative immediately inflicts 1 exploit on all enemies in combat, then makes a free attack against a target. The attack always hits. Until the end of combat, the target of this attack suffers -30 penalty to dodge and -30% to armor. Wow, okay. That's powerful. That's crazy. Cool, so. Excuse me. So, attacks an enemy at full wounds, does 14% more damage. Maybe. Exposed weakness costs 0 AP. That is a strong possibility. Tide of Excellence. Triggers an exploit on an enemy. Operative gains +1 damage, +2 armor penetration until the end of combat. Weak body, weak soul. Exposed weakness also reduces toughness and willpower by 9 for 1 round. Ooh. Ballistics calculation. That's 15% damage at a target of. Well, you don't have any guns, so that doesn't really work. Operative perception bonus is 10 or higher, again +1 AP and ignore enemy's deflection. I don't know how. Oh no, that would be monstrous to try and get. That would be a real pain in the dick to try and get. Analyze enemies has 2 or more exploits. They suffer an additional exploit. Continuous analysis. Enemy with the largest number of exploits receives an additional exploit stack. If 2 or more enemies are tied, 1 gets 1 at random. No. Realizing you don't remember the names of abilities. There's a lot of abilities. Half cover. Cover efficiency is increased by 15%. That might be handy because she's pretty squishy. Tactics, can't do that. Inflict Despair. It's an enemy that is affected by both an exploit and exposed weakness. The enemy loses 3 MP and the damage is reduced by 10% on the next turn. Maybe. Joint Offense. Eyes get a +1% hit chance, critical hit chance while attacking targets affected by exploits, while I keep firing off exploits and then immediately triggering them. Suffers 8% less damage for enemy affected by exploits. Passive learning. First time combat randomly distributes the same number of exploits using allies and enemies among all enemies in a 10-cell radius. At the start of each of the operative subsequent turns, they distribute half as many exploits, half the base amount, among all enemies in a 2-cell radius around the operative. Okay, so that throws exploits all over the place. Because we're not generating as many exploits as I think the game thinks we might be supposed to. So that could be good. Can't remember what exploits actually do for everyone else. That might be a good one. Reactive study. Suffer +1 additional exploit if they've already got an exploit on them. Sharpshooter hasn't moved. They deal 1 more damage. Single shot. That doesn't really count. It's uncanny sight. Exploit on enemies. They're out of the operatives. That's interesting. I might need to get that after passive learning. Yeah, okay. Edge of Fate. So beginning area combat, plus 15% critical chance. First critical run uses Fatebringer. We're not really buffing with psychic powers. Flawless plan. Every 9th successful dodge and or parry by the Psyker and their allies combined grants Psyker plus 2 additional AP on the next turn. That's shite. Predicted downfall. First dodge attempt of every enemy in combat suffers a -14 penalty. That's pretty nice. Unnatural luck. Uses a divination psychic power on an ally without an unnatural luck effect. They gain unnatural luck. Okay, so that's not really a thing yet. Aftershock. Every time psychic deals mental damage from any source other than Aftershock. Suffers half as much mental damage at the end of their next turn. Okay. Mental breach. Enemies taking damage from the Psyker at least once have a -20% penalty resistance test against the Psyker until the end of combat. That's pretty powerful. Mind Siege. Suffer an additional 6 direct damage every time they suffer mental damage. Okay. I believe Psychic Shriek counts as mental damage. There's one character you really know well, but yet to get your favourite character. Oh, okay, fair enough. Mind Thief. -5 penalty to their intelligence and perception, increased by 2. Psychic heals an enemy with psychic power, dealing more damage to their target's wounds. The excess damage will be dealt to the enemy closest to the target. Cool. Visions of Doom! Stacking -5% penalty to dodge or parry, maybe. Warp 6th use of psychic power by the Psyker. Enemies gain -5 to all penalties until the end of combat. Okay. We can't suffer 10% more damage. Okay. Die for the Emperor. Do my part. Archetype ability, ready to serve. Non-damaging ability. Strong skill there. Yeah. Device guns. Target with psychic power. Well, we're not targeting friendlies with psychic powers. Play a light force weapon attack. Still 2 more damage. She's not really been in melee, and she shouldn't be. Usage of a heroic act by Psycho decreases veil degradation. What's that? As Psycho reaches deeper into the warp, power their abilities, there's always a chance that the Empyrean bleeding into our reality, unleashing its destructive influence. Oh dear. Use of psychic powers in battle by both allies and foes tears at the veil between the materium and the immaterium, between reality and the nightmarish realms beyond. While the veil holds, using psychic powers presents little danger. Their use merely triggers psychic phenomena, but should the veil degradation reach 15, Constable psychic phenomena doubles and perils of the warp maker anytime major psychic power is used. Oh dear. Chance. No. Next female character you get drop down where she has her special stuff. She only gets to try not to piss herself. Oh no. What? Argenta. Okay, right. Psychic phenomena. Intruding thoughts, omens, visions, reduce momentum of the party. Oh shit. Okay. It's causing bad luck. Okay. That's not great. Right, that's concerning that we only now know about that. Obscured threats. No. Oops, power conduits. Does damage turn, costs one less action point. Oh dear, psychic barrage. Damaging psychic power on targets that are 6 cells or further from the psycho. Target suffers an additional 3 damage. Maybe. The range increase by 4. Psychic power. Ooh. That psychic power used each turn increases veil degradation by 2 points less. Time reduces the effect. Veil degradation is decreased by 1. That's handy. Subtle manipulation. Damaging psychic power while being threatened by enemies in melee range without provoking attacks of opportunity. Ooh. Non-damaging psychic powers do not provoke attacks of opportunity even without this talent. Okay. That's possibly pretty good. Every pebbles of the warp increases momentum by 12. Fuck that. Okay. Excuse me. So we've got a lot of options here. I think we'll go with... What were we going with? We were going with... passive learning or something, wasn't it? Yeah, so... Exploits. Remind me what these do. An operative hits a target with an exploit stack, it deals more damage. Damage is also increased by 10% for each exploit on the target. Attack removes all exploits from the target. So exploits don't actually do anything for anyone else, then. So there's not really all that much point in doing that. Unless we could get allies to gain some kind of benefit against targets that have been exploited. Yeah, plus 1% hit chance and critical hit chance while attacking. That's crap. No. Okay, I think we might want... That is a shame. I thought exploits would affect for everyone. But they don't. Okay. I think we may want subtle manipulation. Subtle manipulation means that if she's engaged in hand-to-hand, she'll be able to defend herself better. Which I think is probably a good thing. So I'll get that. Right, so Argenta, let's have a look. Firearm mastery, ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to the weapon's rate of fire, minimum 2, using a weapon attack that normally costs the least AP. Okay. These attacks don't spend AP. Okay. Till the soldier's turn, the first attack against each new enemy automatically scores a crit. Soldier immediately reloads the current weapon. Okay. So, triggering that would mean with a bolt gun she'd get 2 extra shots. She'd also reload, get 2 extra shots. It doesn't spend AP. Okay. Quite sure that was. So, you mean this one, do you, Tulip? Scroll all the way down, you said. Cleansing Faith. Melee flame melter attacks against demons and psychers do additional 6 damage, 18% armor penetration. Against Xenos do half that. Oh no, the other character, gotcha. Litany of Hatred. On the effect of War Hymn or Furious Recital, gain +1 damage for single shots and attacks for shooting around. Yeah. And Purification, always the effect of War Hymn or Furious Recital. Stack of all enemies gain a stack of Disturbed. Enemies that are adjacent to the road gain 2 stacks instead. All demons suffer damage equal to momentum. So, right, Hound. Oh no. Okay. Ability gains +12 to armor against demons and warp damage. Ability has 3% chance to ignore any enemy attack. Okay, interesting. Alright, camaraderie! Adjacent ally, 9% more damage. Explosive surroundings. Cover efficiency is reduced by, increased by 10%. Full cover and 20% for half cover. Okay. Fired up. When they deal damage, their critical damage is increased by 1%. Combat there. Rack and Ruin. Damage to 3 different enemies. A soldier gains 18% more damage for the next attack in the current combat. Maybe. After reload, 2 AP less to reload. First reload in combat doesn't cost AP. That's pretty powerful. Unpredictable. 8% crit chance. Bonus is doubled against enemies. Soldier is protected by cover at the moment of the attack. Okay. Electricity, heat shot fired. Soldier gives a +1 agility until the end of the next turn. That's random. Combat Medicae. Healing an ally when a medikit in combat restores additional wounds equal to Medicae divided by 10. Okay. Well, we've got Abelard. He's medicing at the moment. Demolition Engineer. I don't think her demolition is that great, so we're getting all that. Enough bullets for everyone. Second attack action, and turn deals 15% more damage. Enemies that have not suffered damage from the soldier during this turn. Okay, that's possible. Forewarning. Fortress. Full cover against the enemy, 10% damage against the enemy, and enemy attacks deal 20% less against the soldier for their cover. If cover is present at the moment when the shot is fired, even if the cover is destroyed by the shot. Okay. Integrity, while at full wounds, +10 ballistic skill, +2 movement points. Ooh. Okay. Nozzle velocity has additional damage to the weapon's rate of fire, so that'd be like 4 on a burst. Okay. Point blank. Area attacks gain 70% armor penetration, ignore 2 deflection when used against enemies in a 3-cell radius around the soldier. Interesting. Second skin, medium armor doesn't reduce dodge. Okay, so slaughter. Regular slaughter can be used after 2 kills instead of 3, that'd be handy. That'd be really handy. Tenderize. Enemies damaged by soldiers' air attacks suffer 3 damage for next attack that hits them. Trace the trajectory. When a soldier dodges an attack or uses cover against an enemy attack, they're guaranteed critical hit against the enemy. Okay. Cool. I think Revel in the Slaughter would be handy just because the rapid thingamajig that allows her to make multiple attacks in a turn that causes her to be winded is really shit. The winded effect is really nasty. So, if we do that, then we get rid of that penalty. So we'll do that, I think. Yes, we shall do that. Okay. We're going to drop save, because I've already forgotten what all of those abilities do, and I'll probably try and make a change to that. Right, let's get looting. Come on. Loot the body. There we go. Okay, what do we got? Last pistols and Grace of the Oblivious. Wear against +5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. Ah! Right. Chuck all that shit in cargo. +5 toughness if their intelligence is 35 left. Right, let's see. Where work for me? Will work for Abelard. Will work for Madeira. Will work for Argenta. Well, given that she's our tank, I may equip that to her. They say she's our tank. She's got less armor than Abelard. And less toughness than Abelard. Yeah, this... her power armor is shite. Yeah, no, we can't use her as a tank. She's... no. We'll buff Abelard. I just need to remember to keep her in cover because her power armor is garbage. Apparently. Bugger. That's kind of annoying, actually. Okay.
Is there money to be made?
Yes. Is there anything lootable here? Doesn't look like it. Okay. What's your bridge? Oh no. This doesn't look great. Oh dear.
The first sacrifice opens the eye.
Oh shit.
The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Help has arrived. Too late to change the tide, I'm afraid. But if there is any honor in you, we can at least die with dignity and give our lives for the rogue trader.
Edelthrad, who is clutching a bleeding wound on his chest, gives you a tormented look. Okay, you're dreadful. Theodora von Valencius is dead. I found her at the Archminister's study. Right. You look dreadful. What do you mean? It's fine. I don't think I'm going to tell him that. No, I'm not going to tell him. Yeah, the Lord. No, you look dreadful.
I am still standing, and I have enough strength in me for one more fight. All that truly concerns me is this. Where is the Lord Captain?
Oh, fuck. Okay. Edelthrad winces, which only makes his grimace worse. Fine, she's dead. I found her and the Archminister in the study.
God Emperor, preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead. The ship has lost her Lord Captain, and the house its head.
Edelthrad's eyes widen.
No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
Edelthrad shudders, grabs his shoulder as you watch the sleeve of his jacket burst open and two bone growths pierce through the fabric. Oh dear.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
Idira looks anxiously at Edelthrad. Yeah, he's turning into a chaos spawn. Still the warp, we must restore communication between the bridge and navigator's town. Perhaps the warp does not have to be in. I forbid you the very thought of yielding. Only by resigning to your fate will you truly suffer defeat.
Words worthy of a righteous soul.
Save the lofty words for later, will you? The navigator's ready to take the ship out of the warp if he gets some help from the bridge.
Yeah. Hey Braden, how's it going? Some good old heresy. Yeah, we're in a real bad spot at the moment. Oh yeah, Tulip, can you shout out Braden's asylum for me, please? How you doing, Braden? How's things?
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
Edelthrad stares at you, his eyes harden with cold resolve once more. You can see Kunrad WH40k clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained by dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them.
We are out of time.
Edelthrad bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You see a wave ripple across the whites of Edelthrad's eyes. They begin to turn a sickly yellow. That complicates things. You good? How about you? I'm doing alright, thanks. Glad you're doing good. Ready your weapons. If we are to die this day, we die with honor.
No. To die altogether is to allow the flame of the dynasty to perish in the dark. No. It will not be like this. Not today. The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell.
Edelthrad lowers his head, then his sights and locks eyes with you. His gaze cold, haughty, and fanatical. Okay. Too bad you didn't select one and get an interesting response. Ah. Oh well. Continue.
Accursed traitor! A time will come when you will bleed for her ladyship Theodora's murder! Remember my words, for they are the vow of he who marches toward his death!
What? Theodora is dead? No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
What? Oh, you got the response anyway. No worries then. Voidgear stares at you in seemingly genuine bewilderment. Uh-oh. Cool. That's interesting.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Oh shit. Oh no. Shit. Yeah, he spawned. Chaos spawn!
Suffer not the heretic to live. Let the blood flow.
Right. This is really bad. Going to the one place that isn't corrupted by humanity. Spice! I mean, the warp! Oh no. Looks French-shaped. No, it does not look French-shaped in the slightest. It looks very, 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 very bad. Right. Let's rock you up here. Let's... I think. We're all going first, which is handy. I think. Where's the spawn? Oh, the spawn is immediately after us. Got it. Right then. What I might do then is I might instead... Do you want to risk setting all of us up in one area? Don't know. Tentacles reminds you of something? Oh no. Right. Okay, because we're all going to be going first in that case. What we'll do is we'll rock that a lot up there. Magenta can hang out there. Will you be able to get line of sight over this stuff? I don't know. I hope so. I suppose we'll find out. Yeah, okay. Start the battle. Encounter university. Yeah, you already told me that. Thank you. Right, I think we might rock up a brace for impact to start with. Three? Oh no. Yeah, 3 cell radius. So I think tentacles. No. Right. Brace for impact. See something. Yeah. Right. Then we're going to how many demons have we got? They are all over the place. Are we surrounded? No, we're not. Okay, that's good. I'll just stay there. What I might do then is we shall probably Voice of Command Abelard. Nice. Hey Betty Crocker, how's it going? Welcome in. Tulip, can you shout out Betty Crocker for me, please? Then we're gonna use bring it down on Sister Argenta. Sister Argenta immediately gets to make an attack. Get ready a burst fire. This is a bad angle. That's why I was going to set her up over there. Shit. Gonna turn to AP. this turn. It's demon or chaos cultist, additional amount of momentum doubles. Yeah, do you activate this after she's fired or before she's fired then? Betty Crocker! Ah! Did you hear the news recently? What news? Carpenter in the international news recently. No. No. What's happened? Right, I'm not gonna do that. No, I will do that. Yeah, we're gonna trigger Furious Recital. And we're going to do a burst like this. Is there a way to get...
As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's doom.
Murder that guy and hit the demon. Sweet. He picked up his hammer and saw. Oh no. I think that was the joke. Right. Do you see unique abilities called Heroic Acts or Desperate Measures? Momentum is required. Okay, depending on the actions of the party, momentum will increase or decrease. High momentum value allows the character to use a Heroic Act. Low momentum grants access to Desperate Measures. Both abilities can completely change the course of battle. Every party member can either use one or the other. Okay, so that's her extra turn done, so now I've got my turn, so we are going to...
That's what she said!
Ah! Yes. We've only got 1 action point left. I think we 33% chance to hit the giant fucking demon. That's not great. Hopefully it's not a giant fucking demon, otherwise we're in a lot of trouble. See, it's been hit and it's taken almost no damage. I don't know what to do about that. I think Abelard might struggle when we send him into hand-to-hand with that thing. Let's try and murder that, I guess. Wound that guy. Nice! Critical hit. Mark 46 saw. Yeah, squad assault weapon. So please don't install the simulation. Ha! Right, so I end my turn. Then Adira gets a turn. Can you see from there? You cannot. Fuck. That's irritating. That is very irritating. I was kind of relying on you being able to see from there. See anything? See that guy. Okay, that's a problem. 1, 2, 3. Example, that wouldn't arc to... Oh, it would arc to the creature. Okay. The Droggles didn't stand a chance. Abelard can face tank this thing. Pretty, unless he's built poorly. Well, he's built by me, so he's either min-max perfectly or he's going to just get flattened. Right, what we'll do is we shall... Man, she can't do any of her abilities from where she is. That's a real pain in the ass. What I should have done with myself is moved over there. Oh well, right, what we shall do is we shall cast Forewarning on Abelard.
Was that you? Or...
Giant fucking demon? Oh no, yeah, that's the problem. Hopefully it's not one of them, otherwise we're in even more trouble. Then I'm going to just zap the fuck out of that guy, and hopefully it will do damage to the demon as well. Slanesh has come for you, yes.
But of course.
Zap! Murdered that guy. Did. Oh, I shouldn't have looked at how much health it's got. Oh no, that made me sad. Uh-oh. She can't actually do anything else, so you're done. Abelard, right, you're in trouble. Yeah, that too. So, what ability did we give him in the end? I can't remember. Open engagement. Oh yeah, he does extra damage on one melee attack. That was it. If he's not there's nowhere near him. Cool. Can you charge from there? You cannot. You are 1 out of range. That's okay. You can move to there. Do you want to do any of this shit? All incoming damage is reduced by 3, gain plus 10 temporary wounds. So yes, we want to do that, but how much is one of these? Strike is 1. Affects multiple enemies at once. Doesn't affect a single target. Once. Why is that blocked? Oh, just tried to be clever. Yes. Right, what are we doing? We need 1 for that, we need 1 for that, then we need another 1 for that, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, so that should be good. So we'll hit up. Endure.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Have you? Then that's not good. Right, now conduct a charge attack. I have made a mistake. No, I haven't. There. And then conduct a charge attack, because then I'm not blocking anyone's line of sight. Charge! Strike for 7 damage. Okay. 100% chance. Stab for another 3 damage. Oh no! That's a problem. Fuck. Right. Uh, 9% on a burst or 74% on a single shot. Okay. So 2 to 4 damage. See more battles like this in your time. Right, I think what we'll do is I'll activate run and gun, because then she'll be able to make multiple attacks. Do I want her to move? Help her to move. Still the 74%. How's it do that over there? Potentially kill that guy as well, but that's leaving that on the 31% on both of them, that's not great. So I think we've just gotta fuck up this Chaos Spawn, really, so
Faith without deeds is worthless.
You're gonna miss, apparently. Then we're gonna
As
trigger
the
a run
Emperor
and gun.
commands, I act.
And then you're
Doubt
gonna
is
shoot
for
me
the
again.
weak.
Dude, you missed twice. What are these XCOM odds? Wow. That was unbelievable. Thank you for lurking, Spitfire. Appreciate it. It's always on the other side of things, a big monster beating puny humans into the ground. Ha. Well. Oh dear. Okay. Dodge, parry, nice. Oh.
Out of my way!
Oh, fuck that guy in particular, apparently.
Crush the feeble.
Good, we got a load of
Them around.
mooks that we don't need to worry too much about.
To the heretics. Weapon at the ready.
Nice shot. Very nice. Okay. Right then. So, what do we want to do? Also, do I have like a counter of the veil being damaged somewhere? Hey, found out. How's it going? Oh, well, collect that thing's balls with your chainsaw, if you please. Right, okay. We're going to do voice of command on our dear sister here.
to it personally.
Then we're going to order Sister Argenta to bring it down.
On it.
Alright, now here's the thing. I need you to hit the target to make it go away.
I'll do it.
Dak. Okay. No, you can't do anything.
I refuse.
Yeah, you're unable to do that. Okay. To the end of the soldier's turn, first attack against you. Okay. Yeah. Forgot to use run and gun to make multiple attacks. Okay, I've got one action left, so I will pistol shot 33%. Missed. Yep, shocking. Cool. Extra turn. Full AP and MP. During that turn there's no attack limit. I might do this to Abelard. And just have him spam attacks into the thing. Yeah, let's... Finest hour. Abelard, have a finest hour.
Your lot.
Right. Do you want to trigger Endure? Probably. Do you want to trigger Brace for Impact? Possibly. Actually, no, what we'll do is, because we're going to get we'll trigger Brace for Impact. Then, Stab. Outlaw is a force of nature when kitted right, yeah.
Indeed.
Stab. Stab.
I do like you. Target well struck.
Stab.
It will be done. That's not the Seneschal's job.
Ha. Right, let's end your bonus turn then. Cool. I go again. I need to end my proper turn. Then it's Chickadee's turn. What can I get you to do? Probably not much. No. Because you still can't see. Which is a problem. I move you to there. Okay, you could zap him, but that's going to hit. Jump the fuck, isn't it? So what we'll do... So he shrinks 2 AP. So... Okay, so we're gonna... Yeah, analyze enemy.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
Okay. Then we're going to reduce his dodge power and armor by 17%. Which is good enough. Then we're going to do psychic reach. Okay. Hang on. Where's I'd like to see is I'd like to see what just happened. Where's the... How do I find out what just happened in the attack areas? Veil is looking mighty thin. Where's the veil marker? And like, is it that? And is it 0 that it goes really wrong, or what? What's the deal? They didn't really explain that to me. Change your inventory up. Where's the fucking action tracker? But it said there was a thing. I need to stop looking at its health. That's the character's portrait purplish bar. Oh, that's veil degradation. Oh no! Cool, so she now won't be able to do anything. That's really bad. Cool, useful. That's bad. Let's not do that. Where is our action? Like, list of actions that have just happened, because I'm trying to find out what just happened to Abelard. He's at massive penalties, but he's still alive. His zap ability could be used without veil ripping, but I want to check it before using it. Yeah, thank you. Right, okay, so he's done. Abelard's turn. Okay, yeah, let's pop Endure again.
Back and call.
And smack it.
Indeed.
Because he's up primary one that's actually dealing damage to this fucker at the moment. And we can't use this because we're too close to it. So, end turn. Right. You are in a bit of a not great situation. Is there a way we can primary target you without hitting Edelthrad? Sort of. %, with what, 4 bolts? Go for it. Nice, nice, nice. 3 hits, happy with that. Alright, end the turn.
My faith shields me.
Oh shit. Well, that's not great.
Worse.
Nice. Cool. Right, how fucked are we? Bleeding. Suffers damage at the start of each turn, can be removed by any source of healing. Oh dear. Rykad to use, right. Are you also bleeding? Yeah. Shit. Okay. Well, no, I think she can. Oh no, she doesn't have field medic. Ah, fuck. Also, has this left an acid effect on the field, or is that just is that just set dressing? Oh shit. I think. Can I voice command you again? No, you can't. Voice command. Can't voice command you. Why not? Why can't we voice command you? Oh, because we did it a turn ago. Voice command that guy's too far away. And we can't see him. Good voice command this random dude. Sure, why not?
Who if not me?
You! Do better. Then I'm going to keep hammering this thing with bolt rounds.
It's as good as done.
So, how much ammo you got remaining? You've got 3 rounds remaining. Uh-oh. Well, we may as well do the same thing again. Jack, nice. 3 solid hits. Oh, yep. That's not great. How is it getting additional attacks? Not sure how it's getting additional attacks. Oh, Abelard's in temporary wounds at the moment, so that's fine. Right, end your bonus turn. Let's take a shot with that. And you missed. Ah well, never mind.
Stop it!
Oh dear. Okay, that does damage the veil. Yeah, okay, I can see that the veil is very bad currently. Yeah, this may have been a mistake. Yeah, okay, when she next levels up, we need the thing that reduces veil damage. Oh dear, yeah, we've got spirits and shit walking around. That also damages the veil. Shit. Yeah, she can't do anything with that. Well, yeah, she can use her octave abilities. Run up and smash it with your axe. I mean, probably not a good idea. Let's analyze, and then we'll reduce its defenses because that doesn't affect the veil.
We'll do.
So that's her octave abilities rather than her fuckled abilities. I'm also going to chuck her into heavy cover for the moment. Get over there. And that'll do for you. Right. Abelard. Keep enduring. Keep stabbing.
At your beck and call.
Cool. Oh fuck. Right. None of you can heal anyone. Only Abelard can heal anyone. Great. So we've got a very short time frame to actually defeat this thing. Right. I was also hoping that we had enough momentum, but we don't. Alright, reload. Then you can conduct a single shot. We did that. Oh no, then that won't actually work. No, okay, yeah, you need to shoot, just shoot as is.
Faith without deeds is
Dak.
worthless.
Oh, you missed. Shit. That's a problem. Next.
A mere pain won't stop me.
Stand firm. Cool. Nice. Nice. 1 damage. Yeah.
Didn't flinch.
Chip it to death. Healing in combat. You can use a medkit about to treat an injury, get rid of certain negative effects. The character has a medkit equipped. This icon will be displayed in the bottom left. If no such icon is present, open your inventory and equip a medkit. But you can't do anything with the fucking... You can't change your inventory in combat though, can you? Yeah, medkits can only be used by characters that have a field medic feature. Shit. Base skill medicate. Oh, base skill medicate or have taken the medicate skill advancement at least once. Medicate skill test determine the number of wounds restored. Okay. So, hang on. Can't be equipped by this character. Can be equipped. Yeah, she's already got this. Okay, so when I activate her, I should be able to get her to use Medicaid. Alright, okay. Not sure I understand. Right, we got a voice of command.
I'll make it happen.
Then we're gonna... So Avalon's bring it down.
I'll see to it personally.
And then he's going to smack it.
I will do my duty.
And he's going to...
I'm not interested.
He's not... Okay, he's not able to smack it again. I forgot that counts as... that's how that works. Right, then he is going to... Then I'm just going to try and pistol shot this
I'll
fucking
make
thing.
it happen.
Nice! Okay. Right, Idira.
What is this foreboding?
What the fuck? What just happened there? I don't understand what just happened there. Are there fucking spikes on the floor or something? Right, okay, cool, that's useful. That would have been nice to know about. Wonderful. Are you... hang on, are you bleeding out as well? Yes. Shit. Okay, that means you're gonna have to go there. Actually, oh yeah, you're basically fucked. Fantastic.
On it.
Analyze and expose weakness.
Will do.
Then, yeah, you can't use any of your psychopaths at all. She doesn't actually have a ranged attack type thing, so... Second weapon, inflicts one exploit on and makes a free attack against target. Attack always hits. So she can't actually do that, because she doesn't have a... melee weapon. Alright, that's her done then. Double art. Endure.
Indeed.
Stab. 9 damage. Stop 31. Okay, we're getting there slowly. In turn. Right, you need to fucking medicate everyone. Right, that's what it is. Okay. So 16 wounds, also removes bleeding. There's one fresh injury, attempts to remove an old injury. So we need to use this on.
Be strong.
Idira.
Greater trials lie ahead.
Because she's just gonna fucking die, and then you can't. You can only do that to one person at a time.
This is unacceptable.
Shh. Yeah, you're telling me. Fuck. Okay. Well, we have options. Then we're gonna do.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Nice.
A temporary setback.
What the hell happened there? Bolgars make holes, yep. Yeah, this is why having at least one range weapon is a good idea. Yeah, we've got loads of las pistols. Oh shit! What? Oh, it's because it spat at us again. Oh. It's a trauma. Don't heal them in time in the medkit. 3 or more injuries does not heal them in time in the medkit. Injuries will become a trauma. Okay, so... Time to avoid characters receiving traumas. Removing traumas is a difficult task. They can only be healed by resting on a ship or in a certain place suitable for rest. Okay. So you can get rid of traumas. Reduce resolve, inflict negative effect, depends on the specifics of picture of trauma. Traumas can only be removed and fully healed in Rogue TradAAAH's private quarters on the void ship. Okay, so sure, we can get rid of that. We just need to unfuck the boss man at the moment. That's not brilliant, but whatever. Right, once again, analyze that fucker.
Was it you? Or...
Then... also that's probably that's dented on momentum, I think. Cool, and then... I might have you... run to there so we're not all clumped up anymore. Yeah, okay, cool. Double art.
It will be done.
Buff. Murder.
At your beck and call. Reduced to dust.
Nice. Finally got the fucking thing. And no one is chargeable. That's a shame. Actually, are you chargeable? I thought you could only charge in a straight line. Never mind. I've completely misunderstood this ability. That's really awesome. That's even more awesome than I thought it was. Charge! I said charge to there, not there. You twit. Oh well, never mind. Okay, so you can... Okay, I don't know what just happened there. Whatever.
Injury is not an excuse to shirk one's duty.
Hang on. You just fell over.
Did I not foresee this?
Wait, did she just fall over as well? Okay, we're gonna have to redo this. How fucking much do you bleed out? Characters lost consciousness. Can no longer participate enemies. Trauma which can only be healed. Fucking Nora, okay. They must do, because that was horrific. I don't think we can win now. Actually, no, there's only one more hostile, so we're gonna be okay. It's just gonna be a pain to do. I still can't see him. Well, you may as well move towards target because you're not dead. Yeah, bleeds must stack, and it must be a thing that you just have to get rid of immediately, otherwise you're fucking dead. Okay. I didn't realise it was going to be that bad. I thought it was going to be like a couple of hit points a turn. And it's just like, yep, you fell over. Right, cool, thanks, useful. Gonna increase your defensive capability. I shouldn't have done that. That was a mistake. I forgot that. Fucked the void. The fucking veil. Shit. I'm dumb. I'm making all the mistakes because I'm an idiot. Alright, can you actually charge this guy? No. Okay, cool. Now smack him. There we go. Find the master helms. Right. Okay, do we get back up? Do we also heal? We're leveled up.
Miscalculations are for commoners.
Yeah.
I don't make mistakes. I
made-
make profitable learning experiences.
Yeah, about that. Crippled leg. Permanent. Can be removed and fully healed on the void ship's bridge. Fuck, okay. Agility is reduced and movement points are reduced by half. What about her? Broken ribs. Gross. Strength, toughness, action points, which fuck. Alright. Well, I don't know how well we're going to be able to heal them, but we should be able to once we gain control of this fucking ship. I'm tempted to save scum that, but that took a really long time and it could have been a lot worse. Alright, let's rack up some level ups. What do we got? Choose characteristic and choose a common talent. Okay. Oh, right. Ballistic skill. We've been missing quite a lot. Yeah, ballistic skill and be smart. Ability, your talent uses fellowship bonus, instead using intelligence bonus. Yeah. Body miss, scores critical hit, 7% chance to double damage. Yeah. Jinx, no. Just flesh wound, no. Probably not. One character has a 20% chance to survive after suffering lethal damage. Surviving one wound. I mean, yeah, maybe. Do not falter! Get into cover. Gain an extra turn with movement points to get to cover and shit. Targets can use movement abilities, heroic acts, or desperate measures. Yeah. Get off me! Kind of tempted to use that because I've got a shotgun. Because that would be really funny. Like, no. Shotgun says get the fuck away from me. So, perfect timing, 30% to cover penetration. That might be really good. Cover penetration or get off me. I think cover penetration. Right, Abelard. We've got a talent and a characteristic as well. Okay, so. Oh man, I need a drink. Hang on. I mean, after that fight, I'm pretty sure everyone needs a drink. Something a bit stronger than I've got. Right. Whenever attacked, next man attacking against that enemy deals +5 damage. That would have been really handy. Whereas melee attacks, if they +3 damage if they haven't been adjacent. I mean, Contempt would be pretty good because that would have been really handy a moment ago. Critical damage is increased by 8% if enemies are not armed with melee weapons. Whereas less than... yeah, no, we don't want that. Center of slaughter. Temporary wounds, no. Thick skin, +1 damage deflection. Power is increased by 25%. The warrior's total armor, maybe. Cautious disengage, clenched teeth. Excuse me, crowd kill, defense maneuvers. Maybe. Warrior hasn't attacked this turn, they gain 20% armor, charge and slash, didn't affect this bonus. I'm not sure how that works. So does that mean he keeps the +20% armor if he conducts a charge or slash attack, but not a stab? Maybe. Disarm, single shot knife, field medic, already got it, hardened scars. Damage deflection is increased by 1 if he's hit. No, never mind. Charge is increased by +9, and the ability to use from a distance of 5 or more cells. That, I think, is pretty good. So I might get that. Interception. Nope. Shield, meat shield with enemies, opening strike, charge, push, increases damage of range attacks against 9% until the end of combat. That would have been handy as well. Ramming speed! Charge distance might be nice. Reduce training. I think impetus, if you can charge for distance of 5 or more cells, that'll do 9 more damage. Maybe. Or do we get something like do not fall, so it won't suffer the effects of melee superiority? Maybe later. I think impetus is pretty good. And 9% more damage to the end of combat against something you charge against. That might end up doing more damage. I think we'll take impetus now. Then choose characteristic. Dodge is currently 55, weapon skill is 40, agility is 35. Strength. Do you actually do more damage? Yeah, damage effects. For each point of strength bonus, deals plus 5% more damage with one-handed melee weapons. In terms of 2. Okay. So. That won't actually give him a strength bonus yet. So we'd have to do. I mean, he seems to be getting a lot of 100% chances to hit in melee. So I think if we start pushing his strength up, because then he won't get an extra point of damage this time, but the next time we can increase a stat. Next time we increase a characteristic, he'll be able to get another 5% melee damage. Right, Adira. Fuck. Okay, we need your. Oh, you're an unsanctioned psycho. That's not good. Alright, your willpower's currently 60, so that's not atrocious. Your ballistic skill is atrocious if we give you a pistol. Perception can pick out stray bolt shell casing in between the day-to-day morass and the hive. You can tell someone is being deceitful. Awareness, dodge. Deal 5% more damage with non-burst range attacks. For each point of an intelligence bonus, so we need to put another point of intelligence into her to do that. It also affects Law Imperium, Law Warp, Law Xenos, Logic, Medicaid, and Tech use checks. Or we stack her willpower. I think we might need to stack her willpower. It's already fucking 60, dude. Yeah, we'll stack her willpower. Choose a taunt. Psychers, allies gain 15% critical hit chance. First critical hit removes its effect. Vapor. No. Right, we need the shit that reduces. First psychic power used each turn increases veil degradation by 2 points less. Talent reduces the effect on veil degradation to less than 0. Veil degradation is instead decreased by 1. Right. Yes. First psychic power used each turn increases veil degradation by 2 points less. Yeah. Because that was bad. That was very bad. So we'll definitely do that. Cool. And then, chickadee, right, let's choose a stat. Your ballistic skill is probably going to need to go up. 10 strength, wow, okay. 3 willpower. You're, okay. Alright, we're going to stack your ballistic skill. Then for each adjacent ally, soldier deals 10% more damage to it. Yes. Don't think that would have been useful. Cover efficiency. Crit damage is increased by 1% to the end of combat. Rack and ruin. 20% more damage for the next stack in the current combat. Maybe. After reload might be good. Unpredictable. Some agility until the end of the next turn. No. Can't medicate. Healing an ally in combat. It might be useful just to give it that. Integrity. Successfully dodges or uses cover against an enemy attack, they're guaranteed critical hit against the enemy. I'm not sure. Imperial World characters gain 10% crit hit chance and 10% armor against Xenos or demonic creatures. The allies gain half the bonuses of No Heresy. However, Law Xenos and Law Warp are always 0. That would have been useful. No Heresy might be good. Plus 1 damage for single shots. Attacks for 1 around there. Disturbed. Faith. Might have Sister Argenta do No Heresy. Yeah, we'll do that. So I'm pretty sure her intelligence is garbage anyway. So it doesn't matter. She's not the one that'd be brainy. Yeah, okay, her intelligence is garbage, but it's 30. Alright, what are you? Full dogmatic, got it. You are mostly heretical, that's concerning. You are dogmatic iconoclast, cool, and then I'm pushing iconoclast. Okay, cool. Right, so that's everyone leveled up. We got some traumas from that, which is pretty fucking bad. 9. Yeah, cool. Right. So what we will do is we shall push forwards.
I always keep my options open.
We will begin looting. What have we got? Gloves of Endurance. That's one first. What? Okay. Mantle of Heroism. requires a conquest follower. Each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge by 20%. That's in the combat, okay. Blade shard. Blade made from a mysterious metal that shimmers unnatural colours. Okay. That can go add to cargo. Okay. Then, Abelard, can you use the gloves? No, can you use the cloak? Yes, you can. Sweet. And the gloves. Yeah, okay. Abelards are tank, apparently. Right, do you need a new medkit? No. Right. You need a pistol. You already have a pistol. Your staff is one hand, she's got a pistol in her other hand. Bill, you're a moron. Oh, I forgot she had a pistol. Oh well, never mind. Right, can we loot anyone else? No. Any other corpses to loot, or did they all just kind of melt for reasons? Yeah, we can't really loot at the moment. Okay, where are we going? We won! We won! Yeah, we're not safe yet. How do we fucking... Where is he again? Look, start your adventure in Oblivion. Have a nice stream. No worries. Thank you for lurking. I shall lurk you back in a moment. Who do we need to talk to? Master Helmsman. Hey, you survived. Sweet.
The end. Rivor, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. Oh, well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
The white-haired man with sickly pale skin salutes you. Okay. How should you people survive in here? We need to reestablish contact with the navigator sanctum as ownership. How do you survive in here?
Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them. But it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators. Then I prayed for our rescue.
Man glances around a bridge. Fair enough. We need to re-establish contact with the navigator sanctum as our only chance of escaping from the war. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking. Dude.
Restore the Vox channel to the navigator's sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
Okay, Abelard pauses for a few seconds before turning to you. He directs your attention upwards to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. What must I do? I am ready. Begin the ritual. I ascend to the command throne. Oh shit. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath the thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining in the same. It has taken the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire, the other a vessel of ancient evil bores into you. The voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the war.
Who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own? So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle.
Get fucked. It resonates and merges with the voices that have already dug their foul roots into your consciousness. A moment later, you realize that all these voices are the myriad manifestations of the same core that has finally invaded your mind. Right. You are to blame for Theodora's death.
I am the beginning and the end, and all that courses in between. I am the voice of the truth that is destined to triumph. For this triumph is the terminal point of every twisted maze of fate.
The vision lets out the core of
The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy. A relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Your head begins to spin as and the viscous drops slither down your cheeks. You blink, and you are no longer looking at Theodora. It is the traitor Voigtpir, as fluid and ephemeral as the previous apparition. The same terrifying voice seethes from his lips. Right, okay, so the aspirant, Voigtpir, vows to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. I wonder if that's the blade that infected us. Fate was assured and steps chosen. Unbreakable, you take the aspirant's place. No. What was that? Yeah. I think he's referring to Voigtpir.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destiny. And today, I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The image scattered by invisible sorcerer's winds, and you see Adira, her eyes aglow with the same sinister flame.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
No. Cavalcade of hazy glimpses of a future yet unknown passes before your eyes. A flash of crimson and purple. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage, you see a twisted image of Abelard, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty. Fucking get off my bridge.
Seneschal, the navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
Ravel turns around and looks up to you. He hesitates for a few moments and then addresses Abelard, who's standing next to you. Right.
The navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Abelard nods absent-mindedly. Yes.
Seneschal, We could tell us now. Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
Ravor doesn't look away. He's giving you a hard stare, his white brows furrowed.
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you, with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow, that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty.
It takes time for Abelard to respond. You watch as he grits his teeth, unable to bring himself to say anything. Finally, he adjusts his blood-stained coat, straightens, and begins to speak.
By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision.
After waiting out the first wave of shocked cries, Abelard glances at your direction and continues. I say nothing.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue TradAAAH. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
Excellent. Abelard stops short and glares fiercely at the confused officers.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The Seneschal turns to you. He looks at least half a decade older. We have ascended to the rank of Rogue TradAAAH.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the Rogue TradAAAH dynasty survived, and through the strength of his resolve, saved those who were counting on him for protection.
Completed the prologue. Yay! Fucking hell. Fantastic. Come on. Right, we've got injuries to recover and shit. Oh, okay, there we go. Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face, though the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, and nods to himself. Well then, your lordship, continue. You cannot help but notice the Seneschal does not know how to talk to you or where to begin. His hesitation brings an involuntary smirk to your face, as though someone else entirely is gloating at the old officer's confusion. Seeing your smile, Abelard pulls himself together. Yeah. Right. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on this bridge, you will be. This will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by deputy, while others go unfilled entirely, and now the deck clans are deciding who will take over their leaderless crews. Oh, hang on, cargo management. Those needed when trading with merchants. How do we lose so many officers? What's the agenda? Have you seated? Cracked up work there. I don't wish to be Rogue TradAAAH. What? Why is that an option? I don't want to play the game. What? Okay. How do we lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising given that their informant aboard was our own Master of Whispers. Abelard grimaces. What's on the agenda for this meeting? Bloody hell. Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I'm still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, Your Lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honour of beholding the visage of the Lord Captain. Have you succeeded in tracking down Voigtgear? Abelard grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him, and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I am afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all he has wrought. Okay. I'm ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, their expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention officers, you've been granted the honour. Lord Captain von Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. You're not having the time to be listening to every last officer on this hulking rig, Abelard. Give me the... No. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard. As you wish, your lordship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigius Suri Otter of the Tolman line, our new Voxmaster. It is an honour to serve your lordship, the Voxmaster offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as the external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Ravor, Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our High Factorum, Janice Danrock, who oversees supplies and procurement, and general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honour, your lordship. You must trust in me. You may trust in me all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. So the Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard, the Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship, and lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnissiah. 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drive Master offers us a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all the tech priests mechadendrites. Right. Is that everyone? Thank you, Abelard. Greetings to you all. I serve at your pleasure, Lord Captain. Right. Let's see. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report. Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less, but without our engineer prime and navigator, who fell in battle, moved no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what will happen to us first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. That's encouraging. Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject, when we arrived in the system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communications channels in the region. One of them was Navis Nobilite Station. The station maintains complete vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck. A true blessing from the God Emperor. Oh, pain. That's not good. A sharp bolt of pain lances through your skull as if in response to what you just heard. You understand that it is not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortune. The words of the demon that appeared before you during your translation of real space echo in your mind. I am the will of the Weaver of Destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. Okay. Must have a rebel. If I were you, I'd grab its chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. Then slightly less shitty news, we can now go around the system until our heads are swimming, as long as the Promethium and supplies last. And if any thick as grok shit lowlifes comes sniffing around, we'll be able to take him out. So don't you worry on that score. Excellent. Okay. Right. Infernus Master, how fucked are we? Ulrich Montag. Yes, Lord Captain. Tall man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment, in terms of material losses and crew casualties, has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factorum. Post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low voice pitch for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. Excellent. Right. Drives Master, I hear from you now. Ziratalar. A voice distorted by a Vox retranslator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted to my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns the dead brethren. We have not identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engineer Prime, Overseer and Spiritual Authority of all tech priests on board fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible. Could someone get to translate? No, I understand. Yeah, we need a new... Tech Priest, Engineer Overlord. Yeah, Engineer Prime, there we go. I see, thank you. Tech Priest bows her head. High Factorum, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given to the Tech Priest's hands for attention, and all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is the people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately, the number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. Sorry. We will be able to make up our losses at the nearest planet, Rykad Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winter-scale Rogue TradAAAH dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting from the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue TradAAAH. Okay. Especially true, given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kinds of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets, rumbles Abelard, frowning. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? The Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew. No, Lord Captain. Oh shit. Okay, we've got no gun crews. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply, as if a dam burst inside and all of his pent-up emotions are running out of him. The ship's in ruins, every second officer's dead, and now we've got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to void knows where. Silence! Bridge's magnificent glass panes seem to tremble under the force of Abelard's roar. Enforcers, seize this mutineer. Abelard grunts. If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then that's not bad at all, your lordship. I do humbly apologise on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? Former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Besides find a replacement, that is, for we already have one lined up. Execute him, no. Stand down, release him. I have no intention of punishing a man for a moment of weakness, not after the terrible attack we endured. Abelard stares unblinkingly at the Master of Ordnance. Cease your snivelling, you disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Enough, the hysterics are over. Let us resume. Iconoclast +2. The Master of Ordnance stands up, wiping the blood from his broken nose. His face is a picture of shock. What just happened seems to be dawning on him only now, and the knowledge of the fate he so narrowly escaped. To summarise, we have sustained serious losses in our crew members and require a new engine seer prime and navigator. Is that all preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain, but bear in mind this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector, but we will never reach Footfall without solving these 3 immediate problems. Okay. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I see to the Voxmaster on point. Mistress Toylerman? We are in the Rykad system, and the voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in the system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system. And Rykad Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. Okay, so Rykad Minoris is currently at a ground war state. Interesting. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet, and there is no Nobilite station, and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you for all your reports. Dismissed. The assembled officers salute you, as one. Okay. Your lordship, there is one other thing, a confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora, Abelard hesitates. Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here, to this system, for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything. And I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, Hand of the Emperor, and Chief Architect of his will in the Coronis Expanse. Oh shit, okay. We were ordered by a Lord Inquisitor. Okay. Not just an Inquisitor. Right. Be honoured. Came across a strange handwritten letter. So. Came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed XC. Are you referring to the contents of that note, I presume? Yes, quite right. XC. Xavier Calcazar. Okay, interesting. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Hendrix von Kallax, an interrogator, you understand. All I know is he is somewhere in this system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to the football in the Furibunda system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the governor of Rykad Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of von Valancia's protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. Uh-oh. Idira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. The Sister of Battle grimly nods towards Idira. The Psycho is suffering some ailment, or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the Rogue Trader. I judged it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, Rogue Trader. Idira's glazed eyes rove over the assembled. One word bursts from her lips. Daybreak! Oh shit. Oh no. Abelard, bring the witch to heel. Idira, come to your senses. And damn it! Idira presses her fingertips to her temples in desperation. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn, and it's ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? Shit. We cannot extract information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Class? No, not yet anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make sense of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions. I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. The Psycho's bitten lips stretch into a wry smile. There's nothing else of value to report. I declare this briefing concluded. It's time to get to work. You there. Okay. High Factorum Janus Danrock. The High Factorum breaks away from the rest and approaches you, bowing repeatedly. Lord Captain, if I may steal one more moment of your time, the matter is rather delicate. It concerns trophies that were left after the battles on the ship. One trophy in particular, I must say. I retrieved a blade fragment from one of the bodies on the bridge. A curious article. I saw the need to keep it safe in case it should be of interest to you. As he says this, the Factorum's gaze slides away from you and he looks off somewhere on her shoulder. You're right, give it to me. Get rid of it immediately. You should keep it for now. As soon as we locate this acolyte, the Inquisition, you will hand the blade over to him. A spike of pain pierces your skull. The entity inside you howls and rages, promising you a million torments and miseries for this treachery. Hey, eat a dick! The Factorum gives a start and briskly moves, makes a note on his data slate. Of course, your lordship. He didn't know we were going to meet someone of the Inquisition, possibly, so... Yep, cool. We've captured the blade that infected us. We might be able to purge it. And system map of the center of the bridge to issue orders to the crew. Okay. Voxmaster Vigius. A thin, pale woman stands out among the rest of the crew. There is a thick bundle of cables coming out of the back of her skull and disappearing under the ceremonial garment. And you see the grate of quietly humming vox where her mouth should be. The woman sees you and bows her head, respectful greeting. How may I serve you? Lord Captain. Fellowship 70. Oh shit. We do not have that. Tell me who you are. Master's duties. Your appearance is unique. You are Voidborn, are you not? Excuse me. Yeah, we can't save at the moment. That'll be up now. How do you have to serve, Lord Captain? What we're going to do is we're going to save and we're going to attempt to do a ship-wide announcement. Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. Fellowship test succeeded, yes! Oxmaster nods obediently and presses several switches on the device she's holding. It is done, Lord Captain. Gain 28 experience. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. Yeah! Alright. That'll be all for now. Look to serve. Fantastic. Okay. Well, that helps. Bridge officer, these are just generics. Okay. Master Helmsman, I may just catch up with. The tall man before you appears to be woven from tendons and muscle. Blue veins snake under his white, almost dove-coloured skin, and his scalp and chin are covered in cropped white hair. His neck and shoulders are wrapped in wires that hint at the presence of neural connectors under his uniform. The officer's face seems to be twisted in a perpetual grimace of annoyance and anger, but he greets you with a respectful nod. Lord Captain, Master Helmsman Rather at your service. Right. What can you tell me about the other officers? Good for nothing wasters, that's what they are. Each and every one. Take Janus Danark, the highborn weasel. He fawns over the other officers, but some of the deals he makes would get him burned alive. He drags other people into his schemes so they can take the fall for him, too. One of my junior helmsmen was ferrying goods from Footfall to him. Got caught by the seneschal, ended up in a void hatch. Danark couldn't care less. Dick. The Voxmaster, another Ptoleman like the last one, Void Restin, is no better. She cut half the Vox channels the day she took up her post, said the Vox systems were damaged and the Engineerium had no contact with other modules. But how am I supposed to steer the ship? Collect the COGS reports with the power of my mind? Okay. That's weird. First Officer Wazirian, I can't stand him. Like every Navy officer I've ever met, he doesn't know a thing about controlling a vessel in the void, but he pulls himself up all the same and throws his weight around. Me and him have had to have a few words a few times before he left me alone. Thank the Emperor. Lady Theodora trusted me more than the Seneschal when it came to helming a void ship. And there's that woman, what's her name? Tlass? Lady Theodora brought her along from wherever she went, and look what happened to her. I won't be surprised if it turns out that witch that delivered her to an early grave, just like countless souls before. I don't see why anyone would want that walking calamity on their ship, but some would disagree. They say she's friends with the young Ptoleman, you know, or at least she used to be. Tell me, do you like anyone at all? Rebel looks perplexed. What kind of a question is that? I like you and Lady Theodora before you. Where would I be if I was making cracks about the Rogue TradAAAH? Ha! I don't want to die just yet. Ha! You're all good. I must take my leave. Lord Captain? Rebel acknowledges you with a nod and turns away. Okay. Okay, right, we got to speak to Argenta. Yeah.
Rogue TradAAAH.
Sister Argenta looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes and her hair is somewhat disheveled, and she moves like she's a little on edge. Right. You said you have a personal request for me.
I indeed have a request, Rogue TradAAAH. The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in von Valancius territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans?
What good are meeting them do? Make arrangements for a meeting with a rogue trader. I'll address them with a speech. I'll meet them, no formalities needed. These are the children of people who gave their lives for the von Valancius dynasty. My consideration is the least they deserve. Deliver this order on my behalf. The orphans are to be properly provided for, but a personal meeting with the rogue trader is too much. No, why would I? Right. I will meet with them, no formalities needed. These are children of people who gave their lives for von Valancius dynasty. My consideration is the least they deserve.
I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart.
End dialogue. Oh, okay, guess we're doing that now. Hey, someone clapping. Yay. Motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you're a creature straight from a fairy tale. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the scholar progeny in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing, "Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guided it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House von Valancius." You notice Infernus Master Heinrich Montag standing a few paces away from the orphans. He watches you with approval and bows respectfully when you meet his gaze. Right. Give them treats and escort them to their homes. I believe a minute about holding the Lord Captain's grate is a great enough honour for them to know. Infernus Master, do you serve as a teacher in your spare time? Not at all, your lordship. I'm just looking out for them. It's the Infernus way to keep folks, to help folks in trouble. It's our job, after all. So we chip in rations here and there and make sure nobody gives them a hard time. Take the older ones into the clan's care if they want. Many in the guild are not family by blood, but by circumstance. Okay. I think we'll smile at the group and say, "Your Lord Captain greets you, brave ones." Teenagers keep staring at you. A girl who has remained close to Argenta smiles uncertainly. A skinny, pale lad tries to throw his shoulders back and stand at attention like a soldier. Only a few teenagers at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in the dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches?" Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants to both calm him and scold him for his impudence. Compartment. You smash to be desired. I hope they acknowledge his words. Punish the troublemaker, put the rest back in their bases. Williams is over. Since you're so concerned about the orphans, they henceforth your plan calls for you to teach them the meaning of what our parents fight for. If you have things to say, say them without fear. I will listen. The boy smiles grimly. It doesn't matter what we say, it won't bring our parents back, and it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away the ship until we drop and die like our folks, or worse. I understand grief and dismay. Parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through. They gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship and the Imperium. Do not speak of their honourable fate with anger and disdain. When the heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship, I was there. I took command. I fought. I repelled the assault as quickly as I could. But no war could be won without loss. No. Strong have the power to decide the fate of others. The weak either obey or die. If you seek a different lot in life, boy, save your grumbling and look for an opportunity to rise above the rest. Punish troublemaker. Oh, needs much to be desired. So concerned about them. They're your clan now. I understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through, but they gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honourable fate with anger and disdain. You heard the Rogue Trader. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. He then catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and servants immediately emerge, carrying packaged treats with Von Valancius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency. Good man. Snack time! Argenta rubs her temples pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bow in the dialogue. Okay. Oh, hang on. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so we are back on the bridge. Yeah, couldn't have the rest of the conversation with. Damn it. We missed out on a huge amount of the conversation with sister battle. That is annoying. No, she's there. Well, what am I thinking? Who did I think I just saw? I have no idea. I'm losing my mind. Right, let's have the rest of our conversation with Argenta.
Greetings.
There we go. Even in stillness, Sister Argenta radiates energy. With her dark eyes shining, a slight blush to her cheeks, she is reciting a prayer and looks at you only once she has spoken the final line. Right, tell me about the Adeptus Sororitas.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. I beg your pardon, Rogue Trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
Yeah, they say the Adeptus Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is it true? What order are you from? Are there any other members in the Kronos expanse? What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate.
Okay.
And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
Cool. Alright. The Order Pronatus is not one of the Order's militant, yet you're a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless.
Gotcha.
Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge.
Beautiful.
And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
Makes sense. After a short pause, Sergeant adds with somewhat arrogant note. Yeah, okay. You said you belonged to the Clixian branch of your order. What brought you to the Coronis Expanse?
The order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parsimus Duane, the station's founder.
Okay. Drusians, followers of the cult of Saint Drusus, legendary hero of the Angevin Crusade, founded the Calixtus sector of the Imperium. Gotcha. Okay. They say the Adeptus Sororitas are the fiercest faith in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is that true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
Are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me.
Gotcha.
Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of fault and weakness. Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
Are there any other members of the Adeptus Sororitas in the Coronis Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
Gotcha. No more questions about the Sisterhood?
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
Tell me about yourself.
About me?
She looks surprised.
I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
Gotcha. Okay. How did you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that
Argento's expression darkens visibly. He stops short.
I made a mistake.
Oh no.
In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
Whoa. Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
Hey Wolf Warrior, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome in. Right. What happens to the people that wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
We could go to the planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valancius Protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
Shinta's eyes glint. She hesitates, but shakes her head with a sigh. Gotcha. Is it difficult to accept that you made a mistake?
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
Gotcha. Good, how are you? Good, I'm doing alright, thanks, yeah. Finally got through the prologue, and now we're talking to teammates and getting backstories and stuff. Now shit's calmed down. Now we're finally out of the fucking warp. Alright, what was it like travelling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship.
He just likes naked nuns with big guns.
But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the cultists. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
Argenta frowns, shakes her head. I don't have any more questions, thank you.
As you wish.
Actually, what's keeping you in my retinue?
The ship was targeted by heretics, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue TradAAAH's crew.
I enjoy your company. I hope you remain on the crew and that the ship becomes your home. Like you're used to me. I see no place for you. I'll take you for what that'll be all. See, that's the nice answer. That's the right answer. It's interesting that she's... yeah, kind of sharing her difficult backstory with me. That's interesting. I enjoy your company, Argenta. I hope you remain in the crew and the ship becomes your home.
Those are very courteous words, Rogue Trader. Thank you, both for your words and your hospitality.
Gives you another somewhat puzzled look. Thank you for the conversation. Until next time. Cool. Okay. So who else have we got hanging around? I've already spoken to the box operator. How would I go about finding Adira? So I'll open the journal. Process personal request. Sarah is complete. Okay, so patrol. So that's main quest. We've done the prologue. Guide. Board ship needs a new navigator. Need a new engine seer. Need a new crew. Okay, and we haven't got any contracts. Okay. So I guess we need to we probably need to go to the planet first, because I think we need to be able to defend ourselves within this system at the very least. Right, okay, so how do I progress this then? So I'm supposed to give orders from over here, I think. Ah, okay. Oh, certain line of sight. That makes sense. Abelard.
Lord Captain.
Abelard surveys you briskly but meticulously, as though he is inspecting you for shortcomings. Then he offers a courteous nod. Right. I'd like to know more about my seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
Tell me about yourself. What were you before you became Theodora's seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No, I used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium.
He replies proudly.
I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the Rogue TradAAAH's army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the Rogue TradAAAH's personal council.
Must have impressed her.
It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
Leaving the Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the Naval Command who was willing to impede the wishes of the Rogue Trader.
Huh.
To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora.
Chuckles.
Well, the Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
Okay. Well, we succeeded at a coercion test, which I didn't know we were going to do. Abelard seems to crack slightly under your intense stare. So, yeah, he was something of a troublemaker in the Imperial Navy. Well-intentioned, but a bit of a rule breaker, so it made more sense for him to be here, and they probably quite gladly let him go. It was like, yep, get rid of that fuckhead. The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you're in love with her. I don't think I'll say that. Do you have a family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4. And if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11.
Huh.
My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship. And I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
Response demurely. Gotcha. Alright, no more questions.
Of course.
Well, no more questions other than... Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as the Rogue Trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Okay, Kunrad, our previous Master of Whispers, what can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Kunrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight.
He winces as though from toothache, and he makes no attempt to hide his feelings. Yeah.
We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Valancius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake.
He frowns for a moment and continues.
If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Kunrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
Don't worry. I sleep with the Inferno pistol under my pillow. Right. Outline the situation in the Coronis Expanse for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels.
Bloody hell, okay.
Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. but ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Alright, who are the main players I need to be aware of in the Coronis Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Kalagos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them.
Let's see. Winterscale and Bastal Chorda.
If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse.
Okay. Kazbala Commission, full chapter, one of the most successful crime syndicates in the Imperium of Man, founded in Calixus Center. Okay, gotcha. Alright, that's all for now.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
I must take my leave. Until next time, Seneschal.
Lord Captain.
Abelard gives you a regulation salute. Right, I am looking for... It's High Factorum. Arms, okay. Speak to the High Factorum. Corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you without, not without difficulty. A servo skull whirs over his shoulder while fingers of his augmented hand drum against a sheaf of papers he is holding, and regards you with attentive interest through the lens of his magnifying implant. Greetings, your lordship. Generous Danark at your service. Right. How did you come to the Von Valansis dynasty? I come from Dargonis, your lordship. I have been the subject of your dynasty since birth, and have always strived to be of use to the great rogue trader. Alas, it was not my fate to be the primary heir of my own family, due to my being 15th in line for the title, so I decided not to stand in the way of those behind me, in case they attempted to shorten the waiting list at my expense. Janus lets out an almost kindly chuckle. While my brothers and sisters schemed against one another, I studied the exact sciences and mastered bookkeeping, the greatest art of the Adeptus Administratum. I must admit that the accumulation of wealth, something one can control, is far more exciting than hunting, carousing, and the other traditional amusements of my noble peers. Oh dear. What was it like working with Theodora? Oh, now that's a tricky question, your lordship. Do you ask it of everyone, knowing they risk losing their head should they let slip a careless remark about your predecessor? I shall put it thus. Working with Lady Theodora was never boring and always profitable. The Imperium has billions of subjects, but very few do what they love and what they are best suited to. I would say Lady Theodora was one of the fortunate ones. She was a model rogue trader, and she surrounded herself with those who excelled at and loved their work. Hers was a rare talent indeed. Right. I wish to know more about people who buy our plunder. Of course, Lord Captain. Who interests you exactly? We most often deal with followers of St. Drusus, the Explorators, and Casabelica Mission, or, Emperor forgive us, the Fellowship of the Void. Right. What do the followers of St. Drusus require from us? The Drusians still hope to bring the Coronis Expanse into the warm embrace of their faith, just as their flock hopes to receive the aid of Drusian missionaries. Each crate of food, shipment, or clothes, or box of medicine marked with your seal is a sign that the Rogue Trader himself believes in their sect's future success. Reverend Hieronymus is first among Drusians and most often seen in Footfall's Grand Atrium. A gloomy fellow, but some almost believe him to be a saint. Can you tell me more about the Explorators? Members of the Explorator Cognizance fleet, which has been roaming the Coronis Expanse for a good while now. Omnicide knows what they're hoping to find, but their acolytes regularly show up on inhabited worlds, seeking bits of sacred knowledge, tracking down mechanical relics, and sniffing out Xeno artifacts, if truth be told. Supposedly, they want to save the ignorant rabble from corruption. A tech priest named Opticon22 does business with us on the fleet's behalf. He can be found at the docks on Footfall. Interested in the Casabelica mission. Masters of the cold trade, the immoral criminals and notorious crooks to the last man. The mission is but one branch of the mafia gang that's taken root in the Calixus sector. You can do business with them as long as you take the necessary precautions. They are led by Vladim Takara, who recently appointed himself Liege of Footfall. Of course, he is a trusted ally of Rogue Trader Winterscale, but he will not refuse you, another of the Emperor's anointed. If you wish to talk to Vladim, look for him in Liege's palace on Footfall. Right, what's this Fellowship of the Void? Generous emits a laugh like a gurgle. A pompous name, is it not? In truth, they are a gang of pirates who are forever squabbling over loot and territory. However, some of their little flotillas need supplies, or can take awkward cargo off our hands without asking questions. Of course, there's always a risk that these scoundrels will change their mind and attempt to board us instead. But so far, our macro cannons have managed to keep them in line. They say that Riza Calvaria speaks on the Fellowship's behalf. The Adeptus Amsecus of Footfall is rumoured to be her favourite haunt. Adeptus Amsecus, love it. Right. Why are we giving away our spoils to these people in the first place? And to profit from them, of course. Most things that you'll find during our expeditions are complete junk to one such as yourself, but the less fortunate and affluent servants of the Emperor think them treasures, especially when they are bestowed by a great rogue trader himself. Drusian fanatics and pirate cutthroats, Casabelica dealers and explorators, none will refuse our help in these dark days and trying times. And there may come a time when we shall be the ones requiring aid, and it will be beneficial to have allies willing to provide it. Let's just change the subject. Certainly, Lord Captain. Right. I wish to know what you think of your fellow crew members. Keeping tabs on your subordinates, a wise move. Tell me who interests you, and I'll endeavour to be as honest as possible. Generous' eyes light up. He is obviously eager to speak his mind. Tell me what you think of Senator Abelard of Worsian. Oh, bloody hell. Wow, okay, hang on. No, the whole conversation's turned up. That's odd. Right. Lady Theodora managed to do what even the Imperial Navy could not, teach Master Wazarian to carry out orders that he fundamentally disagrees with. I do not know what methods she used, but the result is impressive. Having said that, there is something else you need to know. Lord Captain, there's something else you need to know, Lord Captain. Your Seneschal is capable of being something far greater than a mere conduit for your will. He is possessed of the cunning and experience to run the Protectorate passably wherever Lady Theodora was away. And that is really saying something. Keep an eye on that old officer, I said. Or, alternatively, turn him into a faithful ally. Okay. What would you have to say about Hawk's Master Vigis Toliman? Ah, yes, the Voidborn. Excuse me. I am as well. You know, in my family we used such creatures as quarry whenever we went hunting. Mutants are the bane of humanity, an unseen tumour that threatens to end us all. But I digress. In the brief time Toliman has spent as in post as Vox Master, I have not noticed any significant flaws in her character, or anything that would make me question her professional qualities. Needless to say, she is very diligent, as any Voidborn seeking to earn their master's affection. I believe you... what? I believe you can trust in her skills and loyalty. Ah, it's a ghost! Hey, Math, how's it going? I'd like to hear your opinions of Kunrad Voigtgear, the former Master of Whispers. I hope never to see him again. I hope never to see him set foot aboard this vessel again, not even as a servitor, although he would be able to do at least some good in that way. Someone has to clean the latrines after all. Factorum's bloated face grows stern. You gave us all quite the fright on that ill-fated day, Lord Captain, and still, to speak candidly, I never enjoyed the Master of Voigtgear's company. I believed him to be a man who knew how to do his job. Regretfully, I was mistaken. It turned out that Kunrad lacked the most important quality for the Master of Whispers, unwavering loyalty to the Rogue Trader. This failing came to light in the most deplorable manner. We should discuss something else. As you say, your lordship. Right, okay. I wish to bolster my retinue with skilled fighters. Rest assured, there are people the most outstanding talents among the thousands of your crew. I will contact the overseers at once. In dialogue. Okay. Okay, cool. Hang on. Soldier, Imperial. This is... okay. Shame, Master Minister, Commander. Running gun, regimental tactics. Okay. Soldier. We don't really need another. Do we really need another soldier? I mean, I suppose should be an option. Next.
We need to investigate.
Sure. This is skill 50, bloody hell, okay. Yeah, that works. Okay. Profit factor lost. Okay, so we've hired someone from among the crew. The high factor greets you with a cool smile and the merest hint of a bow. Pleasure to see you, Lord Captain. How may I be of assistance? My retinue and I are in need of training. I will show you to our sparring chambers at once. Sweet. Select character to progress. The cost of future progress resets will be increased. What? Okay. Oh, this is to reset. Okay, no, we don't want that. Alright. That's cool, though. That's a way we can retrain. And Adira's down there. Okay. Fantastic. We need to speak with Adira. I'm going to run down there, and I haven't saved for a while, so I'm going to do that. Save. Adira. The tall middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant as she rubs the implant at her temple. The collar is undone, and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Adira turns her head towards you and offers a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you. Right. Right. Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win. From poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me.
Adira begins wringing her shaky hands. Ooh, okay.
But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead, in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
That sounds like a Gellerfield failure. That's not good. Hey, okay, how's it going? Consume their flesh. No. Consume the fleshy. How are you doing? Good to see you. Right, you never finished your story about the first time crossing the warp.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door...
Oops.
Well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, alright?
I'll do. Sure up some nose. Okay, that's fair. What did you do? 66.6 thousand points. Ha, nice. Right. What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes.
Oh no.
I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
Adira looks at you expectantly, then, as though clarifying, she uses her hands to indicate a head exploding and laughs. Oh dear. How did you end up on the Rogue Trader's surface?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too.
Adira squints as though she's peering at something far away.
As I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
Wow. Okay. You ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can. After some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Adira winces and rubs her eyes. Okay, interesting. Let's talk about something else.
Of course, Lord Captain.
Right, did you know Theodora von Valancius well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked.
Gotcha.
It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Adira's eyes darken and a strange otherworldly expression comes over her face. Adira lets out a sharp breath and shakes her head. Things are strained between you and Argenta, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Oh no, Adira falls silent and then a different voice adds. Interesting, okay. Adira, about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
With a noticeable effort, Adira focuses her eyes on you. She lets out a nervous laugh. You're a psyker. Psychers are only granted the right to live by the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been a terror? Concerned about the level of control of your abilities? I'm worried for the crew. Psychers aren't a safe spot. Right. I'm concerned about the level of control over your abilities.
Lord Captain, there's nothing to worry about. I've been on this ship just short of 10 years. Would Lady von Valancius have kept me on if she wasn't sure about me? I mean, yeah, sometimes stuff happens. Small stuff. Like when I hear things. Sometimes what I hear is so clear it becomes real to me. But even ordinary folks have bad days, don't they?
Gotcha. I'm not gonna ask what it's like being a psycho, because I imagine it just fucking sucks all the time. Got a new story for me, dear? What does this mean? I don't know. I'd like to hear your augury, Adira. What awaits me in the future?
All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about you. Hmm?
She laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face. Her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained.
Okay. Sure.
Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, Rogue Trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion.
Okay.
A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks and the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord?
So I think this is about the criminals.
The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Adira strains to listen, Francis shakes her head. The psycho shrugs sheepishly and sniffs. Right, okay. Got any story for me?
You bet I do, Lord Captain.
Becomes much more animated and her expression turns slightly dreamy as she recalls one of her stories.
Okay, so we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrive at the place, and what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness.
Oh no. Whoops.
So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth.
Oh, shit.
And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star.
Wow. Okay. So, yeah, that's not great. Psyker taken there to cheat suddenly loses his marbles and causes everyone to become vicious, bloodthirsty maniacs when he failed his willpower check. Whoops. Right, I'm gonna take my leave.
Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
I should go. Okay. Is there anyone else we need to talk to? Okay, I think we may have spoken to everyone. Oh, okay. Sausage paprika stew is pretty good. Topped off with some cheese. Nice. Very nice. Right, so how do we operate this? There we go. So 3G copy, finish cleaning and return to the docking station. Right. Thing. It's time to investigate the map. Right. Events of WH40k Rogue Trade take place in a vast region of space known as the Cronus Expanse. This sector is composed of numerous star systems, many of which you'll get a chance to visit. You'll find yourself scouring the void in search of routes leading to new uncharted systems, discovering more routes as you explore the expanse. What you see before you is a map of one such system. Each star system contains objects you can interact with. Such objects are marked as points of interest. Move your ship to point of interest, then click left mouse button to initiate the event or open the planet view. Okay. Stares into the void. Careful. The void will stare back. So. What do we got? Not explored. Scan is required. Is that something? Area 5. Guide, make contact with the no light station, okay. Oh, that's Minoris. Okay, this is Minoris, so. Machine Spirit Keeper, New Blood, land on. Unidentified void ship. Yeah, I don't think we want to go anywhere near that, for the time being. When you stare into the void looks away. Right, I think we need to... right, here's the thing. We need to... recruit people, but... yeah, we need to recruit people, so... let's hit up here. Okay. Cool. So that was us. Got it. Dieth grade undetermined. Begin scan. 50 XP. Extractium. Mobile mining outposts assembled in accordance with the Blessed Standard Template construct. This small industrial complex can be deployed on practically any world, however inhospitable. The serf assigned to it will devote itself to the maintenance of its sacred mechanisms and the extraction of resources needed by the Rogue TradAAAH. Okay, interesting. So we can basically fire an extraction mining plant at a planet. That's kind of interesting. Alright, starport. Choose party members, so obviously myself. We'll have to set you up, which is going to be a pain. Oh, we've only got a certain number of active crew we can have, that kind of sucks. Okay, well... oh, hang on, we can take everyone. We can only take... really? Okay. Alright, we'll take everyone then. Fuck it. Accept. To the starport. Oh, shit. Starport greets you with a din of ordnance and smell of explosives tickles your nostrils. It's difficult to tell through the smoke who's firing at whom. Sergeant Hygo. Among the cracked rockcrete and bent plasteel, you notice a man in a warden's uniform. He stares at the gleaming gold of your shuttle in surprise. Did the governor send his personal guards? No matter. What are you standing there for? Me? You waiting for the rebels to blast your bucket again for good measure? The skies over the capital are blocked by enemy fire. All aerial traffic has been halted. What pest gave you clearance to deploy? Ha! Oh, the saints. I'm Sergeant Malaga, and you lot report to me now. Straighten yourselves out and drag your asses over to me. I'll map out the defense sector for you. At the end of his tirade, the sergeant's voice goes quieter as his eyes focus on your expensive gear. Abelard turns purple. By the Holy Throne, what is this mess? Yadira glances around. They're in a rough spot, old man. Go easy on them. You must be mistaken. I'm Rogue TradAAAH of House von Valancius. Abelard, enlighten this rabble about the proper manner of greeting the God Emperor's chosen. I'm Rogue TradAAAH von Valancius. Give me a status report this instant. How dare you, commoner? On your knees before I blow your brains out. No. Right. I'm the Rogue TradAAAH von Valancius. Give me a status report this instant. With a mixture of awe and terror, he snaps to attention, raises his freshly cut chin like an exemplary soldier, and barks, "My mistake, sir, at once! The starport is under control of the governor's wardens. Perimeter commander is Sergeant..." Frag grenade explosion cuts off the rest of the sergeant's words. Shrapnel flies everywhere with a piercing screech. One of the soldiers falls to the ground, clutching the remains of his forearm that is now adorned with crimson tatters. Blood is pouring out of the stump, and the soldier's agony is short-lived. Sergeant curses hastily, says an army prayer for the dead. With a raspy cough, the sergeant turns back to you. Pardon me, sir. Sergeant Lasse Malaga reporting. Our unit is holding the starport on the governor's orders. How may I serve? Some dirty dog nearly shot down my shuttle. What's going on here? What is going on here? What the fuck? Unrest, sir. Armed rebellion in both the capital and the provinces. First a lower level spark, then it went up the spires. They hit the Vox hubs, the arsenals, the mag train stations. My unit was here when it all went to the Groxes. The tech priests linked to the satellites reported sightings of strange void ships in the system. They were orbiting the star until one of them set course for landing on Rykad Minoris. The governor took precautionary measures and ordered an increase in security at the key facilities. Everyone knows that whenever something's not right, you better double the warden details. The alarm was raised, and we were sent to secure the starport. It's the only reason we were able to hold it. Okay. There's fighting in the capital, but we're holding strong, giving no quarter to the rebels. The Emperor protects! The sergeant's voice is brimming with daring confidence. You went to Rykad Minoris as soon as you could. Okay, yeah. Right, who are you? What causes rebellion? How can some pathetic rebellion be cause enough for such lackluster welcome ceremony? Fuck you. You're doing fine work, Malga, and so are your troops. It's people like you that hold the Imperium together. Right. Who are you, anyway? Sergeant Lasse Malaga, sir, 11th generation loyal soldier and of House Winterscale, awarded 3 commendations for faultless service. Ever since the olden days, his lordship, the Rogue TradAAAH, has recruited soldiers and shipwrights from on Rykad Minoris, so there is no greater honour for Rykadian than serving his lordship with diligence. Right, what causes rebellion? Ill thoughts, sir. We've fallen on hard times. The ground keeps shaking. Things keep exploding. And people are scared. They've forgotten all about their duty. And that's when those, Emperor forgive me, preachers came. They started rolling everyone up. Sure enough, we shot few, but they just kept coming. More and more of them. Okay. Pat him on the shoulder. You're doing fine work, Malaga, and so are your troops. It's people like you that hold the Imperium together. Can't leave you and your people without aid. Reinforcements will be sent from my ship. Hang on, who's in charge here? Yeah, yeah, I'll pat him on the shoulder. Say, you're doing fine work, Malaga, so are your troops. People like you that hold the Imperium together. I live to serve. Sergeant's eyes are gleaming with pride. His expression that of genuine happiness. Right. Okay, so we can't actually. Oh fuck. Well, I guess we're not sending in any more dudes. Right. Do you happen to know if a member of the Inquisition has come here? At the word Inquisition, the sergeant's face fills with awe. I don't know, sir. There definitely haven't been any visitors like that on my watch. You might have to inquire at the headquarters, your lordship, sir. Go and see the governor. If I may report, sir, as long as the rebels keep shooting their damned anti-aircraft battery, there is absolutely no way to shuttle you to the governor. You'd have to be on foot, and the streets are dangerous. I have no one to send with you as an escort. I assigned all available troops to accompany the esteemed tech priest to the governor. I'll voxcast orders to them to wait for you, and I'll inform headquarters. They'd better send out a convoy to meet you halfway. Meanwhile, we'll follow the governor's orders and hold the line here. Hey, Mr. Gussie, how's it going? Twitch on the tablet, nice. Adira frowns as her gaze grows distant, as if she's looking through the sergeant. You're a good soldier, but you've got a lot of blood on your hands, both yours and others. You know, the same hand that salutes now might falter in darkness. Rank and epaulets won't save you from the bitterness. Pardon me, my lady, but I can't get my head around these fancy words you're saying. I've seen plenty of blood, but trust me, I'll fight till my last drop. Okay. Okay. What tech priest? Very important person from the Adeptus Mechanicus arrived on the last shuttle before they locked down the sky. Kept asking whether anyone by the name of Amarant or Amanat or something like that had recently arrived. Barely answered any of our questions though. Said he was under no obligation to tell us anything. He demanded to talk to the governor personally, so I had to send a quarter of my troops with him to keep trouble at bay. This path ahead dangerous. What exactly awaits us there? Look at this better than the previous one. Awesome. Right, hang on, let me quickly get you a shout out. How are you doing? How's things? It's good to see you. Oh, and Sunrunner Geek. Hey, Sunrunner Geek, how's it going? Hope working while lurking goes well. Thank you for lurking while working. Oblivion Remasters here. Yeah, baby. Nice. Right. This path ahead dangerous. What awaits me there? Nothing good. Uh-oh. Sergeant sighs heavily. Bastards will shoot anyone walking in the streets. Our own troops were ordered to fire without warning. You better move with caution, sir. On top of everything, we mine the streets when we're pulling out. Shit. Logic test succeeded. This remark about mines lodges itself in your memory. More than anything, you'll need to watch the ground for not your surroundings. Rather risk a shot from a rebel or a jittery soldier than experience a few handfuls of lethal frag shrapnel resting on top of 300 grams of explosive physaline. Yeah, 32 XP. Fuck it hell. Right. You're a good soldier, Malaga. I'll see that your heroism is noted. Sergeant blushes slightly. I live to serve. Continue. Another explosion interrupts the sergeant's words. With a sigh of relief, he turns to his soldiers and spits out a booming series of commands and dialogue. Okay, we got some rumours. Those of them that are deserving of a rogue trader's attention logged it in the journal. Sometimes rumours are just that. Other times there's truth to them. In some cases there may be even more. Verify a rumour, travel to the place indicated in the rumour's description. While traversing the Coronis Expanse as a rogue trader, you are bound to hear rumours regarding your own deeds and exploits, some of which reflect your reaction of the Expanse's denizens to choices you made. Alright. Now, unfortunately, we have run out of time for this game, and I'm going to need to take a break, and we are going to take 15-20 minute break and swap over to playing some Elite Dangerous. So, yeah, but I think we've done pretty well today. Obviously, we finished a prologue. We spoke to some of our companions. We got a lot of backstory. We got a lot of interesting history, and yeah, we've done quite well, I think.